And we're back to more Minecraft 1.19.2, featuring more crossroads than Tinker's Construct at this point. The several day delay was outside my power, but the 10-minute delay in startup was. I sent that notice, clicked on Facebook, and then I was late. Funny how that happens. Anyway, here we are, back at home with a worrying amount of potions of sedation, which are not splash potions, so they're useless. I don't know how I missed that little caveat in their creation. And a bunch of blood pouches. Yeah, it's honestly an example I need to learn from. Social media is just... as a person who is currently actively streaming on something that can be considered social media, certain types of social media are just not worth the time investment. Not since their respective takeovers. I've heard of Blue Sky, but I've gotten exactly as far with it as I ever do with Twitter, which is nowhere. And yes, TikTok is very much untrustworthy. Anyway, we have a fine daylight. I thought I just saw an Enderman over there, but it was probably a puff of smoke that I misinterpreted. Yeah, I haven't connected myself to like a Twitter announcement setup or anything like that. It's just whatever Twitch does, and the Discord that is very small. So what is the fastest way to get access to an Enderman? Probably going to the Warped Forest in the Nether. Well, the end is not... It would be if I had an established end portal. This is not the case. You know what? A brain-dead ghast would be hilarious, too. I could farm I could farm gas tiers forever, but I need one in melee range. I hear an Enderman right now. There you are. Our first victim. Oh, there's two of them. Here, have that. That will turn your brain off. I'll take one of these, and you will completely forget I ever existed. Except I can't leave now. There we go. This has a 2-hour timer on it. Fresh Ender Blood. I'm just going to sneak out of here before that potion of sedation wears off, because he might become angry then. Some of these should not have been splash potions, come to think of it, but it's a little late for that now. I think I can still make it work. So our blood pouch comes all the way down here and goes into the spinny thing. Whee! And now it has 3 points of deterioration, which is actually arguably good, because that will reduce the Enderman's max health when we're done. The next step is to take this back upstairs and I need to modify it. I want it to have respawn. Imprinting isn't really necessary, although I could do it anyway. And permanent potion effects. I should have confirmed what I need for these beforehand. Okay, soul cluster, a potion, syringe in the main hand, item in the offhand. Okay, so I need the potion, a name tag, a soul cluster. And that should be about it. So there's the potion. Its duration and level do not matter. There's the soul cluster. And a name tag. Do I have any? Can I make one? Yes, that is a thing. Essentials has made it so. The fact that it's paper on a lead actually makes a lot of sense. The sun's going down. Can't have that. Yeah, it's a very logical recipe. I'm going to take 2 charcoal, which, honestly, I could do it with 1, but we're having 2 for insurance purposes. Come on, son, hurry up. I'm 5 minutes shy of 2 hours, and the fact that there's a timer at all is making me anxious. Alright, full daylight. We can do this uninterrupted. The blood pouch goes in our life spark capsule. It goes in our life spark capsule. It goes... Do I need to do it this way? Yes, actually. Then we have the potion. And the soul cluster. And the name tag. I have an Enderman with 3 deterioration, imprinting, Possessed is not the word I'd use, and it's sedated. Next step, adding energy to the resonance extractor so I can get an energy beam. And an energy beam with a power of at least 16 will cause lightning, which is what I need to strike this with lightning. Now we have an embryo, which has 30 minutes of life. Pay no attention to how hideous this tiny 16 by 16 pixel embryo looks. It is a gross miscarriage of science. But what else is new? Aha! Title draw. Now we go back down here and throw this thing in the vat, which I actually can't do yet because cloning requires additional materials. I need a mutagen for each clone I want to make that has the sedation trait, and then a soul cluster for every clone I want to make that keeps... my mushrooms are kind of running away there. But as I was saying, 4 mutagen, 4 soul clusters. Actually 3. Because I have the master clone. And I'm making 3 copies. You take these items and go in there, and it just consumes the nutrient solution to make copies. Copies which, sadly, do not stack. So now we need a hopper on this thing, or to just manage it manually. So now we have this guy and his 3 clones, which are all identical, except this one's been alive longer, so its timer is further along. We need eggs in there. And I need to fuel the firebox that runs that whole process. There will be a lot of popping up and down. Get my combustible cactus, which is a fantastic and free fuel source. I don't think I've forgotten anything else. Except maybe to apologize to the concept of science for what I'm about to do. This shouldn't take more than 2 of these. Alright, so hopefully my heat regulation setup in here works. We got heat building in the pipe, building in the reservoir. We've got to get to 109. I'm just going to have to trust it. Mostly because the heat reservoir is going to make this process very slow. I think grabbing the circuit wrench is the best way to monitor it. Okay, temperature climbing rather nicely. Okay. I didn't see this one, so I thought I'd made this circuit without a governor on when it was supposed to flip. So this thing needs to be 109. And when the thing it's connected to meets or exceeds 109, it turns off the heat connection, which is then free to continue building until it reaches 200, and then we start venting the heat from the main system so it doesn't go over. And when this reaches 109, as I said, it cuts off, and it's always bleeding heat slowly out of the system. So if it needs a lower heat than what it currently has, it just doesn't connect and lets the heat get pulled out. It's not an elegant system, but it should be functional. And the entire point of this is to make this bar go over here before all the embryos die. In the meantime, this thing continues to spin, which isn't really doing anything. And if I had more salt, I could make more nutrient solution. But that's not important right now. I've just got to wait for this to happen, and I don't know if the ending spawn eggs will stack. Maybe not. Oh well, if not, I can throw together another hopper and a chest or barrel fairly quickly. It's approaching the heat threshold. There is a visible problem, though, that I'm going to need more circuit plates and quartz to correct. And that is that the temperature values aren't going to be exact. I'll have to find one branch of the circuit, add some additional numbers to it just arbitrarily, and that way things will balance out to where they're supposed to. Basically, I'm going to need a small temperature offset to get things where I need them to be. because with my heat thing here at 109, we aren't quite reaching 109 here. In fact, we're about 10 degrees off. Let me just slap an addition circuit here. That broke it. Hooray. Then the addition circuit needs to go here. And then we'll constant the 10 degree offset, because this is at temperature, but this is 10 degrees below. Yes, very Robin Williams there. There's our 10 degree offset. So now this thing will go up to 119, and there we go. It is within, which means the incubator's speed has multiplied rapidly. We are no longer in any danger of killing all the embryos. That one completes. The target temperature has changed dramatically. I didn't account for a change that huge. Also, apparently the spawn eggs don't stack. Also, I need to do something about these mushrooms. They are growing out of control. They're supposed to grow only in a dark environment. This is evidently not the case. How do I not have leftover slabs for more barrels? This isn't enough. One more log. It is coming down and is now at desired temperature. Kind of. Arguably. For some values thereof. I'll just sneaky dig under here. Barrel. Hopper. And now when these finish, they'll start stacking up in the barrel. No further input needed. Oh no. I took the stupid thing out. I did not mean to click that. But all it did was reset the process, the progress. We still have 20 minutes. And this whole system, as long as the firebox remains fueled, will be fine. We have flickers on this side of heat going into the system, flickers on this side of heat coming out of the system. It works. And look, we already got back all the progress that I accidentally removed. Because it's at target temperature, which means it runs at what multiplier? Incubator. 20 minutes if it's not at temperature. 1 minute if it is at temperature. Target has changed to 68. Where is the embryo that was created? It must be in the hopper. Why isn't it in the barrel? It's not in the hopper either. What has happened to my egg? Apparently I can't hopper these out. They evaporate. And I need to make this a reader circuit again because I broke it. Well, don't know where that spawn egg went. I guess I have 2 more coming all the same. And it's just gone. It was pulled out by the hopper and deleted. Alright, mushrooms. Y'all need to calm down. That's the trouble with these things. They grow too aggressively. Still warming back up to 68. This might go faster if, instead of a reservoir, I just used another powered cable. I think that's a switch I can make. Perfect. And the lever. You know, leftovers from past projects. Again, where's my egg? Now it has no excuse. It completed the craft and just vanished. You know what? Hold on. I've just had several things get deleted by unknown means. Don't know what's going on here. But I expected more than one spawning out of this process. So let's go ahead and duplicate some more of them. Which also won't stack, but they should be fine left alone. I need more eggs. I need a faster way to get up and down here. Probably don't need that many eggs. Alright, you have full duration. Get in there. There's your egg. Ah, we have a problem. The first problem is that the temperature offset is no longer really valid. And the second one is that when heat gets injected into the system, it briefly goes way too high. Target temperature will always be up to 140. So then we will govern it at 150. That's in range more often. But still not ideal. I should just put the reservoir back and accept the slowdown in temperature change. Because this isn't working. Can I have my egg or will it vanish instantly? It's gone. There is no egg. It's just gone. What is going on here? You know, it started breaking when I put the hopper under it. So let me just remove it, put it back, see if that fixes anything. I don't know what's happening here. My machine is just broken. and not doing its job. Oh well. We have one so far. And he's going to go here. And that's it. He is an Enderman with reduced hearts, and his brain has been disabled. He will stand there, making Enderman noises, not moving. And the fun part is, if we kill him... No. The fun part is that we can hit him and he does nothing. When I kill him, I get his head and some pearls, and he leaves behind some curious green particles. But the room is empty, aside from this mysterious phenomenon, and apparently, poof, he returns with 30 seconds of assorted buffs and debuffs, but it's like we never killed him at all. While he has this glowing effect, and the weakness and the soul transience, you gotta leave him alone. Because if you kill him with the soul transience effect, he will not respawn. But now that that effect is worn off, we can farm him again. And that's the plan. To fill these cells with immortal mobs that can be killed over and over again for their drops. I just need the incubator to work. I don't know why it's broken. I just don't get it. It made the first egg just fine. And then future eggs just went poof. You don't get eggs anymore. Nothing. Just nothing. I don't understand what has happened. There, that gets it right on target. I don't know what's happening. We're just wasting perfectly good material. Iron, copper, and chest. I need to make a fridge to store some of these things so we can try and fix this issue. Why did I think that would work? This is a crossroads craft specific to a path, so it has to be made in the detailed crafter. Alright, there's my freezer box, an ice cable to keep it closed. We'll stick these in there. That will pause their decay timer. Just as long as I have a Weezewort keeping this cold. I can even leave that door open. This guy isn't going anywhere. But if I can't make any more clones, then the witchcraft phase is essentially dead. The only other thing I can do here is to, I suppose, try and make a way for infinite cold. So I can always have that sample freezer chilled, even if it doesn't. Even if the Weezewort dies. Because the Weezewort doesn't last forever. And that is pretty much these things here. Gonna need to make a birch drawer to store all the ice that's about to happen. So I got my water pump. Okay. Fluid cooling chamber accepts water, makes ice, hoppers the ice into an ice box. Ice box produces cold from the ice. And hopefully I can turn that into an infinite loop. And if I'm lucky, I can also steal some ice from the system later. Fluid cooling chamber also has to be connected to the ice cable. I'm out of ice and or cable. And I don't have my wrench, so I'm not prepared for this in any way. More ice cable and wrench. Once I get this installed, I'm actually going to close down the Minecraft for a bit to see if switching the mod version back to the one that was broken before magically fixes the current issue. Oh. I don't know what I expected. Ice cables, if they are not placed below freezing, instantly melt into water. That'll work. Except for this part still being water for some reason. Let me make sure the pipe is all pointed the right way. Alright, fluid pump, making ice, currently bleeding ice, temperature from the heat reservoir, This is expected. Ice filling up in the icebox, which should be able to produce its own cold. I don't think the icebox can go as cold as the Wheezewort can. Well, it should at least keep the Stirling engine running and keep the sample freezer below 0, even if my Wheezewort dies. And we'll just keep loading up on free ice in the hopper, then the drawer, then the hopper, then this machine will clog. And that's fine. I just need to hope that the Stirling can keep the thing running fast enough to feed itself with water, and that this is basically an infinite power setup, if this plant disappears. I really don't know what's wrong with the incubator. But, like I said, there's one thing I can try. I'm not actually going anywhere. I just need to swap out the mod version in this setup from the patched version that the dev gave me to fix a previous issue to the actual current version, which I stopped using because of the new issue, where I couldn't craft the Life Spark capsule. I know, amazing content. I am trying to fix my mod installation in real time. Move it over. Then we boot the launcher back up. And we have wasted about a minute on the vain hope that hot swapping a mod's version won't cause any more issues. Or more accurately, hot swapping it again. The last time I did something like this, for the original problem I was having, back in, I want to say 2003, I can actually check that number right quick here. Where is it? I have a record. No, 2023. So only about 2 years ago. 2 years ago, there was an issue with Crossroads where one of the regulation gears just crashed my world, and I couldn't get it back. It was a world I'd spent over 2 weeks on, so scrapping it and starting it anew wasn't really an option, so I asked the developer to help me out with what was going on with this toggle gear. And he fixed it, like, in less than 24 hours, and gave me that special patched mod version that we were just using. But that was 2 years ago, and that is no longer the current version of Crossroads. So the bug report that I sent him about not being able to craft the Life Spark capsule, he was less interested in fixing. Alright, here we are again. I don't know where I'm going. Let me take one of these, stick it in here with an egg, and see if the issue is fixed. And I also put blocks up here, so if any of my ice cables do melt for some unforeseen reason, it doesn't flood the place. And all I want right now is for this to turn into another spawn egg, and not vanish again. Hey, Animist. Welcome in, brought your crew. We're currently looking at the riveting gameplay of watching this progress bar and hoping it produces more than nothing. Hey, it worked. Now I have a second immortal, brain-dead Enderman with one fewer heart. 10 hours straight of... Yeah, I couldn't play that game for more than 20 minutes, I don't think. Just not for me. I can sit here doing mad science forever. Yeah, you take care of yourself, mate. Okay, so now that I have two of these guys, let's see if the problem is well and truly fixed. By attempting to make, I don't know, 3 more? 3 more. The resources I'm actually spending are very cheap. This is the Crossroads mod, which is some crazy mad science. It's needlessly complex. Everything is Rube Goldberg in its complexity, and that's the simplest way to pull anything out, anything off. So I've got a windmill outside that's powering this rotary system that runs a stamp mill that's part of my ore tripling. It runs this drill for infinite cobblestone that has a regulator circuit on it, so it stops running when the barrel fills. You've got fireboxes to produce heat, regulation systems so it doesn't overheat and melt the cables. You have an infinite loop melting lava into obsidian, and then melting the obsidian back into lava to keep the system infinitely above 2,000 degrees, which I can use to run my furnace. It's just all kinds of mad science. I'm taking this thing and trying to clone it more than once. And the mod just doesn't want to agree with me. That is my magical wooden armor from the Roots Classic mod. It's also not a tumor, but, you know, I'm not the meme lord that some of us are. I guess that's everything. Keep the heat going. My regulation circuit works perfectly. It's just the system itself doesn't. I can just freeze the master clone again. What's it going to do? Get deteriorated even more by being frozen multiple times? I don't think so. Though I could also freeze one of the more recent clones to deteriorate it further and create future Endermen with even fewer hearts. Oh yeah, this is the Crossroads. Crossroads has a lot of systems. First you learn about heat, then rotary, then fluids, and finally beams and the colors of magic, or the magic of colors. And once you've learned all the beam colors, there are 3 advanced tech paths you can proceed down. I'm doing witchcraft, which has a lot of magical mushrooms and cloning. Cloning is the big one here. So I took a blood sample from an Enderman, spun it in my centrifuge, injected it with a potion of sedation, which turns its AI off, and distilled soul material. I didn't get neg again. Apparently I am allowed 1 clone egg per turning the server on. Anyway, spin the centrifuge, stick it in a Frankenstein capsule, add some ingredients, strike it with lightning to get an embryo. Then you're supposed to be able to incubate the embryo with an egg to get a spawn egg. And that lets me create Endermen that have the sedation trait, so they have no AI. They're completely unresponsive. And they also have the immortality trait. So once I kill them, they create these green sparkle particles. And about 30 seconds later, they'll reappear. That's right. If you're sufficiently innovative, nothing is a crime until after it's been criminalized. This is probably terrible advice. There's the Enderman again. Returned after being... Wait. I can't kill them until the glowing wears off, or they won't come back. But now we have infinite ender pearls. I just have to keep killing, Laurel and Hardy down there. Alright, see you, mate. Now I have spare cables and barrel. These cables should be down here anyway. Tubes, wrench, lever. And apparently I can't be nearly as clone happy as I would like to be, because the system just doesn't want to work. a pretty showstopper level bug. Oh well. So that is basically Crossroads Witchcraft Path. The cloning is a huge part of it, like almost all of it. And it also has a potion brewing vat which lets you brew potions without using blaze powder. It's also slightly more automatable than a vanilla brewing stand. And that's what you get. Which means we have 2 more paths to look at before Crossroads is done. I would seriously do more with this one and make some other convenient clones, but it just doesn't want to work, so that's not going to happen. Next 2. How about... Oh, both of these are significantly more difficult to deal with. Let's go back to Intro to Paths. Alchemy. Surround a glass bottle with paper. Alchemy also gives access to some better temperature regulation equipment. Intro to Alchemy. It adds a new crafting system based on reactions, which forms the core of alchemy. Reagents are ingredients that can react to make different reagents. There's a reagent for distilled water, redstone dust, metals, salt, gems, and many other things. The item and reagent forms can be converted. For some reagents, certain fluids can also be converted. And when using alchemy, you don't craft the ingredient directly, you use the reagent using reactions and convert it later. Reagents can be in solid, liquid, or gaseous form, so that's going to hook into the temperature system. Commonly used reagents that you'll want a large supply of are distilled water or packed ice, salt, redstone, and either gunpowder or slag. Well, we do have a large slag repository, thanks to our use of ore tripling. Distilled water we don't have a ton of, but it's not too hard to make. I just have to make the machines for it again. A typical reaction will have certain ingredients and products, which are made in set ratios. There will be a temperature range for the reaction. Some reactions have a catalyst, which is a reagent that isn't consumed. Most reactions will also produce or consume heat, which are listed as exothermic or endothermic. So we're doing some hard science here. Some reactions require a charged environment, which an electrolyzer. They need electricity. Some reactions require exact proportions. If you screw up, they explode. Reactions with a risk of explosion are called out. Some reactions just explode, like gunpowder above its ignition temperature. These are also shown with a bomb symbol. Reagents have to be held in glassware. There's glass and crystal. Most reagents are agnostic about either, but some must be held in crystal or they'll destroy it. The JEI will note. Glassware is used for early files and florins flasks. Glassware for automations, things like conduits and chambers. When automating, solids and liquids will move down but not up, and gases will move up but not down in conduits. So pipes for alchemy reagents are just tubes, and gravity and density apply. There's no pressure in the tubes. You can also release reagents that will do things. And everything can be automated. Aqua Regia should be our first step. And I should have looked at that deep. Yeah, that's the last page. There's nothing Bobo at the end of this. That also opens our alchemy slot. Acids and Aqua Regia. Atmospheric attenuator, which was the other thing we couldn't craft. And there's just a lot of things here. A lot of things. Including, it said pouring out reagents can create an effect. But you can also put reagents in a grenade. Solids apply at the location. If there's any liquid, all solid reagents will have their effects apply everywhere the liquid sprays. So 1 unit of solid reagent can apply over a large area if mixed with liquid, like just water. Liquids will splash in a small area, up to 4 blocks, and gases will spread. But gases don't apply liquid or solid effects in their volume. There's also the flame phase, which is an extremely large area and is destructive. Unless you have alchemical salt. Flame clouds are also very bad, so keep some damping powder on hand. Aqua Regia and acids can get bedrock dust. Salt and alchemical salt kills plants, creepers, and slimes like salt blocks. I didn't know salt blocks killed creepers. Chlorine is bad. Wither, slowness, weakness, blindness, and more. The quintessential chemical weapon. Sulfur dioxide cures zombie villagers, poison, and hunger. Our 2 flame agents. Destroys blocks and sets fires. Mysterious, magical sounding things can terraform. Voltus, lightning. Combined with flame phase for an expanding cloud of electric death. So we can just make thunder clouds that thunder constantly. We have thermal conduits. Heat and cool reagents flowing through conduits. Input reagents cannot face vertically. Reagents flowing through the tube will have their temperature set to the attached heat cable. Adjusts it towards, so it may be necessary to have multiple if there's a high throughput. So that's an automation thing. It's just a tube with an attached heater. Voltus generator. Using alchemical voltus, it creates power. Use the attenuator to transfer and store power. Then we have the flying machine. The flying machine is the reason I didn't install these machines initially, because this is the intended way to get flight with Crossroads. The trouble with this machine is that it requires, I believe, all 3 disciplines to build. Okay, only 2 disciplines, alchemy and technomancy. It said we needed glassware. Reaction vessels are the automated version, just glassware is manual. Files, flasks, and shells. Shells are the grenades. They can be placed into a glassware stand, which you'll want a lot of. Reagents can be put into glassware and held glassware and glassware. The liquid form can be added with a bucket. You can take it out with a bucket if there's a bucket form. Conduits can connect the top of the stand if there's glassware in it. And if it gets a redstone signal, it will force reagents through the conduits, even if it's in a phase that wouldn't normally flow up. Files, store and transfer will not allow reactions inside them, but they have small capacity. So files are for storage, Florence flasks are for reactions. While there's a flask on a stand, it can connect to a heat cable, which controls the temperature of the reagents and allows reactions. Reactions in a charged environment need an electrolyzer. Shells are grenades. We knew that. Anyway, we can look at these weird things all day, but it said we should start with acids and aqua regia. There's vitriol salt, muriatic salt, azotic salt, and regia salt. 3 of these are basically the same, and aqua regia is stronger still. The 3 normal acids deal 8 damage and will break metals other than gold. I don't know why. Gold specifically is the exception, but okay. I guess just because gold is non-reactive. Aqua regia does 12 damage, and also breaks gold, and also breaks bedrock. As aqua regia can be expensive and you'll need lots of bedrock dust, it's suggested to mix it with water to splash, as in a shell. And now we have Bobo. Bang bottle. But be careful when you empty it, else you will go boom. Yellow dust, fresh bacon, and But E for shoppage. I can't read Bobo speak. So yellow dust is going to be an alchemical reagent of some kind that happens to be yellow, probably one of the acids. Fresh bacon. That just sounds like an uncooked pork chop. But E for shoppage. I don't. Could it mean an emerald? I don't know. Bobo stuff makes no sense to me. My brain is too ordered for that kind of insanity. So how do we aqua regia? We combine muriatic with Asiatic, 3 to 1, at any temperature above absolute zero, and it doesn't do anything to the temperature. Well, that sounds too easy. We can also split it from gold at, this is 0 is a valid temperature here, but that would require a philosopher's stone, which we don't have. Alright, so if we can combine muriatic and Asiatic at any temperature, what's the catch on these two? Muriatic. That's philosophers, we'll ignore it. Muriatic and alchemical salt is made from mundane salt and oil of vitriol with water. It's also endothermic, so it reduces temperature to do this, and it has to be a little warm. Mundane salt is just salt. Well, that's easy. I should probably make some more of that. And then oil of vitriol, philosophers ignore it, requires vanadium oxide, sulfur dioxide, and water in a temperature range. What is vanadium oxide? It is just vanadium oxide. It's vanadium oxide. How do I get it? It's made from coal. Well, that's one step dealt with. The alchemy side of things is going to need its own space. It's going to require a lot of room. So that's the vanadium oxide part with water. And how about sulfur dioxide? I can get that from sulfur or from cinnabar. Sulfur is reacted from gunpowder with water or slag, again with water. Okay, so 2 parts slag, water exists, we get sulfur. Now we're getting somewhere. I'll need at least one of these to make reactions in. Probably a couple. A few of these for storage. That's just a vertical line of glass. Easy. The inventory management on the alchemy side is going to be a pain. A really big pain. So that was oil of vitriol, sulfur dioxide, from sulfur. While we're here, what was cinnabar? Cinnabar is redstone. So slag with water in a Florence flask. And it should just happen. Glassware stand, made of nuggets. This particular reaction is non-destructive, so I can just try to make it happen. Just put slag in there. I wish I could read how much slag was in there. But other than technically this thing contains slag. There we go, I can pick it up. Slag quantity 1. Add water, 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 water. What's the problem? Water, water. How do I water? Placed it on the stand. Remove with everything in the glassware with a shift right. Right click with the radius of each shade and held glassware. So I have to get into the glassware first. Add solids. Liquid form can be added with a bucket. That's what I'm doing. It's not working. What if I file and bucket? No. This Florence flask and bucket. No. I can't fit a bucket of water in either file or flask. So how do I get water into my flask? Apparently there is a fluid injector. And it takes distilled water. Not normal water. Distilled water is the water reagent. That's why it said I was going to need a lot of distilled water. Because it's literally and directly true. I do. That's not right. That is not a valid number of ice in any world. In a single slot, anywhere. I don't think I have any way to turn this fluid cooler off if it gets too full. Is there a redstone-powered fluid tube? So I can cut off the water flow. There is a redstone fluid tube. So I need to get a regulating circuit up here so it stops throwing water into the cooler and turning it into unlimited ice. The world is broken in a way that I didn't think it could be. Alright, first thing in this newly ridiculous adventure. Reader. I am reading 0. Why am I reading 0? There is no world in which I should be reading 0. Okay. Well, if I can't read off of the cooler, can I read off of this? Yes, I can read off of this specific hopper. This also cuts into my mushroom room, which is not ideal. This is a splice plate. Need to hook this around and then get a condition on it. If back is less than side, that sounds perfect. And then our sign will be a constant of less than 15. How about 8? So if this high throughput hopper is ever not full, then we can stop feeding water into this thing. Now I just need a way to destroy all this ice. Or upgrade the drawer so I can store all this ice. Maybe a little of column A and a little column B. Times 8 capacity. And now it goes back to making ice. Which I technically did not want it to do, but it's fine. Now can I preserve the darkness level of the mushroom? Mostly? Mostly. Wait a minute. I have a stupid but entirely legal idea. There. Packed ice counts as distilled. I can put this in my alchemical arrays. Now we have water and slag in the same place. It makes funny colors. I have no idea what's going on. It's still water and slag. I think it needed 2 slag per reaction. Yep, every 2 slag becomes 1 sulfur. So we'll just feed in all the slag. The existence of the water turns it into sulfur. And then I can take the sulfur right back out. What we have here is a Florence flask with 1 water in it. and it makes sulfur. That's a step. A step on the way to muriatic acid. Now if I can heat the sulfur, I can turn it into sulfur dioxide. Fortunately, I have free heat. Arguably free heat. There's my reaction flask and my sulfur. Now I just need to smelt something to bring it to temperature. And wouldn't you know it, I need more glass. That dust certainly became bubbly quickly. We now have sulfur dioxide at a temperature of over 2000 degrees. I'm just casually holding it in my hand. Let's not ask questions. So that's the sulfur dioxide. We need to react with water in the presence of vanadium oxide in a particular temperature range. This is where things get a little tricky. Because I need a way to regulate that exact temperature range. And while I have one in the form of advanced redstone circuitry, alchemy also provides the temperature regulator. It makes a heat cable a specific temperature. Heat cable on the front, heat cable on the back. The front is the red ring side. It has two modes. In red mode, it heats the target to the target temperature, but no hotter. So it creates a set temperature. In blue mode, it goes down to the target temperature. The regulator sets it in the UI. The redstone temperature has a target temperature based on circuit input. So we have a regulator in obsidian, redstone, and copper. I may actually have to melt some more copper. Hard to believe. Unfortunately, I also have gold in here, so that's going to make rose gold, which I don't want it to. But also, too damn bad. quest for Aqua Regia continues. Part 1, Muriatic Acid. This is, again, water, sulfur dioxide, in the presence of oil of vitriol. Here's my sulfur dioxide, which is too blasted hot. I could definitely get a temperature regulator on this thing. I just place a cable and the regulator, which is of course backwards, so I wouldn't be. I don't want it here anyway. This blocks my path. Can I fit it back here somewhere? I mean, kind of. I can very unwisely tear this entire wall down for this. Make myself some more room over here. This is, to be clear, the worst solution. Where is my wrench? This one. It's gray, so it blends in with everything. There. Red ring side. And temperature cable. And glassware. And fix the wall. Sulfur dioxide, how much of it? 32. And 32 water. The temperature has gone down significantly. Mostly because this thing's doing its thing. 400 to 620. So let's just say you are 450. A weird, but also arguably safe amount. To compensate for some of the losses of the cable. And in the presence of vanadium oxide. And that'll just react. Oh, this can read what's in it. We have the oil of vitriol and the vanadium oxide. I can take the oxide. Oil of vitriol, however, is a fluid and does not have a solid component. So now we have the oil. I just need mundane salt in the presence of water. There's the water. As for salt, salt isn't looking so hot. Chemical vent, release reagents into the world, or released, combined, blending, can handle things that don't have to be crystal. I just want to know if I can use this chemical vent as a way of getting rid of distilled water. Because for the easy production of steam, I guess I could use this heater. But then I'd need another pump to get water into the steam boiler. I don't have a spare steam boiler kicking around. How do I make salt easily? Just regular salt. By smelting water bottles. That doesn't seem like a great idea. There's the water centrifuge, which I do not want to set up because they are a huge pain in the neck. I could, though. It wouldn't be the worst thing. I'll just have a whole separate system for it. Or I can bleed off from this one. And I'm getting rotational energy from this. It's not the greatest, and it only works during the day. But it should be fine. I just don't know how to get rid of the distilled water and keep just the salt. I don't have any trash cans. Fluid void. That'd be great. Unfortunately, it's a Bobo thing. probably requires a sponge. Have we already seen the Bobo? The Bobo for that? That's Rain Dance. Spread love to the big noses. Nope. Tank. Tube. Tube, hopper, wool. I will happily just try that to see what happens. He says it's a vacuum hopper. He's also a lunatic. Tube, hopper, cloth. All Bobo items need a poison potato as reagent, and the poison potato also makes the Bobo staff. So here's how we do. You drop the 3 suspected reagents and the poison potato, and wave. And it made a vacuum hopper, meaning a hopper containing a vacuum. The vacuum has durability and does exactly what you would expect. It draws items towards you. So not the worst thing, but not especially valuable. Oh, it also pulls mobs. That is suddenly more valuable. Okay. Not entirely useless. Still like 80% useless. But there's potential here. Also, I get to keep the hopper. But that is not what I wanted. Poison potato. Black shiny rock plumbing sponge. You know what? This could be what we need. Obsidian tube sponge. Can I make a sponge? No. I'm going to have to go to an ocean monument for sponging. But this is going to be worth it. It's gonna make sense. Well, whether it makes sense is another matter. must need more chests. One can go here. For all my alchemy things. Anything in here particularly alchemy? I mean, these things. Maybe these two by some definition. I think that's all the path-related stuff. I have a tank. I don't know why this tank is here. I can stack 2 tanks on me. Anyway, things now call for an ocean monument. Have I seen one? Would the map even tell me? I think we did see one briefly while I was going in this direction. No, doesn't look likely. That's kelp. We're looking for ocean. Probably deep ocean. That is surprisingly not far. Somehow I doubt finding an ocean monument in it will be so easy. Hi. I will melt your boots later. So there's really deep ocean this way, huh? Well, appears to check out. Also, there were double slime islands in this direction the entire time. We just never went this way. Infinite slime of 2 types. At least that'll be large and obvious on the map now. But is there a monument? The only place to get sponge. That's another slime island. How are these oceans so slimy? I'm finding lots of fish and water. That's about it. The really adventurously stupid thing is that I don't have any potions of water breathing. So even if I find one, basically I'll be marking it and going home. What is with all the slime islands? The only reason I'm surprised by the slime islands is because they're at ground level. Even in the older days, Tinker's Construct, when it first introduced the Sky Slime Islands, they were everywhere. I'm used to Earth Slime Islands either not existing or being less common. I could also use a faster way to search this ocean. This is going to be one of the very few times that I actually say I miss Botania. Because as annoying as Botania is, it does offer the Ring of Cordata, which is the single fastest way to traverse water that I've ever used. It doesn't just increase your swim speed, it reverses the equation that slows you down in water. So swimming in water becomes an acceleration and you just rocket across the map. It's actually too fast to be able to control yourself, for one thing, or for the terrain to even res around you. Speaking of terrain, some of this terrain I'm seeing is pretty off the wall. Look at all that red back there. That looks like some really huge ocean monument. Not ocean monument, but ocean ruin nonsense. With drowned being everywhere. Also, I think this is a mangrove biome over here. Yeah, we have a whole mangrove swamp. With access to mud. If I remember right, mud is another way to get easy access to clay. You just use you'd use pointed dripstone like you're trying to drain, like the mud is a water block. And you draw the water out of it that way, and mud becomes clay. I might be out of my mind there. What are you? Oh, just fish. Attention, cows. Your lease on life has expired. Chickens, too. I demand your feathers. Sheep, maybe not. And so the search for sponge continues. As the sun falls. That's more mangrove over there. And I think this is a Terra slime island? No, it's green. It's also earth slime. I guess given time, I'm just going to chart this entire ocean. And still not find what I need. Which is par for the course. No monuments so far. And I'm running out of ocean to check. I might have to go to that village, manipulate the villager professions, create a cartographer, and see if he'll sell me an Ocean Explorer map. which is a really awkward way to go about it, but it could work. I just need to farm up some emeralds. Yeah, this ocean is useless. No, zombie. My cleaver is too strong for you. Whoa. And my armor is too strong for you two. I knew that creeper was there. I did nothing about it. How many of you are there? Every couple steps is another hissing noise. More skulls. For me. Chili seeds. Gold to melt. Copper to continue withdrawing. So there is a nearby village to the east. And there was another one too, somewhere, but this is the one I'm thinking of. Northwest, but also very distant. I don't remember what they have over there for professions. Okay, this was Hearts of the Sea. That's still off the table. Unless I can make them. Nope, absolutely not. Let's go east and see what they have for professions in town. I think savannah villages are more likely to have cartographers. I'm not sure if that's true, but I do see cartographers more often in savannas than other village types. Whoa. You have too much. You have a backpack. That makes sense. It's full of garbage. When sophisticated backpacks gives a mob a backpack, it's always an elite mob with potion buffs and more equipment than normal. In exchange for killing the advanced mob, you get a free backpack. You know, for what it's worth. I'm just now realizing I should have taken my horse. Skella horse would have gotten here much faster. What I forgot about I forgot his existence. This is... well, I stole it. It used to be a blast furnace. Just a bed. You're a cleric. You're a butcher. Is anyone a cartographer? Is there a cartographer's house anywhere here? I know the cartography house is on stilts and has a lot of banners. We have a couple of smithing table houses. That one. This house style is often a cartographer, can also be a Fletcher sometimes, I think. So we have a cartography table. A cartographer is possible. But does one actually exist? And can I find him? You are the butcher again. You, I think, are the cleric again. We have a nitwit. And you are a toolsmith buying coal. I think that's it for the population. Alright. If I steal this, what's your next choice? I need you to be perfect. Yes, head for the cartography house. Now you have a cartographer selling empty maps and buying paper. Alright then. We go home, manufacture a bunch of paper, collect emeralds, advance this trader, and see what we can do from there. And when I come back with the paper, I'll need a horse. We also have a bunch of acacia samples now, which is an ugly, ugly wood, but it makes good doors, so it's not a total waste. That bee nest has no bees. Bees are very peculiar creatures. Even in the wild, they tend to just wander off and despawn for no reason. There's my horse. Of course, of course. This backpack is junk. Too many white. Too many of most berries, actually. Quickly approaching too many of all berries. I have nowhere to put this acacia wood. And we do, in fact, have too many of all berries. Nope. No, I can't reach the water. Can't have that. There. Just be a spare brewing stand there. Acacia. I I need more storage drawer space, but I have gears in the way now. I can fit a quadruple drawer here. I don't know what good that does just yet. What do I have stupidly a lot of? Nothing. 2 stacks at the most. Well, then let's call 2 stacks too much. I think something in here didn't actually compost, but we'll extract that later. And I need paper. That's not a lot. I wonder if I could get away with making infinite paper. Observers exist. Can sugarcane be planted at the water's edge on farmland? No. That's a bit of a shame. How do I rapidly grow sugarcane forever? I don't think there's any block I can put sugarcane on that is lower than a full block. It goes on dirt, grass, and sand. If it goes on soul sand, I'd be very surprised. I've just never tried. It doesn't. No surprises there. So what I want to do involves more hoppers. Even though this says vacuum hopper, it's just a hopper. We'll make an observer. piston. What I'm planning right now is horribly inefficient, but it works. And I'll need an output container. Which a birch drawer will be most appropriate. Just nothing about this is going my way. Do it down here. No reason not to. So here's how this is going to work. We have a water bucket. This gives us the ability to grow sugarcane and also a water stream. At the end of this water stream, we have a birch drawer with a hopper. So that everything that comes out of the water, so everything that falls in the water ends up in the birch drawer. Where things get silly and inefficient and stupidly expensive. Hey, welcome back. I've just started making a terrible sugarcane farm so I can make paper. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, double is 12. which isn't that expensive, it's just stupid. No, because sugarcane requires adjacent water to grow. It doesn't just grow on sand, it needs water next to it. A dozen pistons. A dozen observers. And that's it. That's the master plan. And they're backwards. Can I spin them around with the crossroads wrench? Maybe. Wrenches sometimes have that function. In fact, mod wrenches love to make blocks rotate so much that they almost always screw up my doors. Will you spin? Not with this. Never mind. So this part of the plan works. I will freely admit, this is very stupid. But it works. And that's it. Put in the sugarcane, and this is an automatic sugarcane farm. Completely self-sufficient. Unless I need more redstone than I'm thinking. I need more redstone than I'm thinking. Otherwise that would have triggered. Right, I return to this being stupid. But that's it. Do the same thing on the other side. It's not elegant. Not at all. But it works. So under these conditions, sugarcane can grow 3 blocks tall. And when any of them on either row reaches the 3rd block, the observer detects it and punches the entire row into the water channel. Or, more accurately, breaks the entire row, and some of it ends up in the water channel. It's not exactly genius, but it's functional. And with that, I need to farm a whole bunch of paper. So I can collect some emeralds and also advance the cartographer. I don't know if I have anything that can accelerate sugarcane growth, because bone meal doesn't. I also still need to patch some of these water-based creeper holes. Or else the sound of flowing water will turn me into a beaver and I'll have to make dams everywhere. Wrench didn't do anything. And the fact that I'm bleeding off 400 degrees over here isn't messing with the heat loop at all. And I can still walk through here, so nothing has been damaged. I also have a buried treasure map that I've never looked at. Apparently it's kind of close. I should do that at some point. I do have Hearts of the Sea, or I do need Hearts of the Sea after all. Just making sure the Molten Ender can only be cast into finite things. Because in some versions of the mod, you could pour out a block of solid ender. Apparently they took that out. Well, we're just waiting for paper to process. I guess there's no reason not to go and do this. Hello, spider. Awful lot of these peonies here in a group. Peonies just aren't useful. I think they craft into pink dye. And who needs that? We're already starting to show on the map. So let me get my big shovel. I left over right here now. I think it was like the right shoulder of my player marker, right in the center of the X. It was right or left shoulder. Well, it's not here. So I remembered that wrong. Was it left shoulder? Also no. Everything I learned in the occultism playthrough about hunting for treasure has slipped my mind entirely. There it is. Apparently it is right shoulder, and I just wasn't precise enough. One heart of the sea. Bunch of assorted things. Emeralds. Take TNT. Just grab it all. Grab all of it. And something axe adjacent. It really makes you wish, or really makes you miss having magic that can insta-break underwater. Wasn't that the map from this very shipwreck? I would be embarrassed if I was the skipper in charge of this particular voyage. You bury your treasure, set sail, hit a rock 20 feet later and sink. Are they? As in my experience, maps have always been really close to where you read them. Which is why I always take them home before I look at them. And probably contributes to why I often have, like, 4 maps that all point to the same location. Yeah, that sounds like a worth looking up kind of thing. More paper. Successfully over a stack of paper. A little bit of extra cooked fish, which I'm going to come down here and throw in the fat collector array. Oh, and my Wheezy is dead. Oh no. With the Weezewort being dead, this is not cold enough to run the Stirling at anything resembling a decent temperature, so the pump can't keep the ice replenished. Good thing I have absolute metric tons of ice. And I can always plant more Weezewort. Liquid fat. Definitely more liquid fat in the tank. Let's bring this whole thing up to temperature again. Except I don't have any combustible cactus on me. Leather. Leather is useless. Got some more TNT. An item frame for my accomplishments. Now, what was I doing? Getting combustible cactus to fire up the fat melter. Oh, really? One fell outside of the collection range. Technically, an absorption hopper would do well here, too. Definitely better than the water stream. But I want to see how the water stream shakes out. I could also theoretically get switches on some of these other systems. So, like, I could permanently turn off this so it doesn't waste heat. But I don't really care enough to optimize any further. My fuel is infinite. All it costs is time. Oh no. The icebox can't even keep the sample freezer cool. My spare Enderman embryos are, dead. Well, this one's dead. These ones are now successfully frozen because it drains heat based on how many things it's trying to freeze. This one's dead. My vat succumbed to temperature. The fat collector has not yet. Fat collector is looking to be between 140 and 160, which we have regulator circuits to make that so. This thing, I mean, the only thing to do with it is to smelt it. Which is terribly inhumane. But it's not a human embryo, so who cares? Do I need a second icebox? Would that help? I think that would help keep temperatures down. But it wouldn't keep temperatures down enough to run the Stirling and keep the pump going. To get the pump going, I'm going to need an infinite source of rotary. Maybe I could do something really dumb and try and get one of these shafts to go all the way down to my lab down here. And basically run this pump, not the whole system, just this pump, off the windmill. Up to 109, still not there yet. Pump target is over there. That's doable. It'd be silly, but it's doable. All I'd have to do is extend this shaft through the ceiling and eventually get over to Hello Farm. I mean, I can still have a spinning shaft in the ceiling over the farm. It changes nothing. And then I just need to come up alongside the pump. What? Oh, I fell. Makes perfect sense. Getting four melon seeds from 2 broken stems, that doesn't make sense. You know what, though? It is a hilarity of hilarities to have only just learned, just now, that my farm has been right here the entire time. One more to my right. This costs a lot of copper, but fortunately, I have plenty. Hello, outside. Fancy seeing you here. I will never stop putting power cables in weird and awkward places. And I broke a gear. But that was expected, coming down here. The pump is dead. Long live the pump. How is... They're at 110. Not good enough. Keep going. I know you can do better than that. I regulated the main heat heat circuit to 400. You are looking for 150. You can make it. In fact, we'll even have you say 155. No reason not to. Now we have some copper to arrange. Gonna need a lot of copper axles. This may not even be enough. And a whole 2 copper gears. No, 4 copper gears. Because I have to change direction twice. These berries don't compost. Alright, back down, we'll begin building in reverse. Temperature 110, keep going. This thing. We're going up. Oh, I don't need this marker anymore. The marker has served its purpose, now it just blinds me. Ah. So this is the vertical, this is the height I want. But this doesn't quite get there. Oh, look, more copper. Convenient. There's no way this little vein here pays for what we're spending. But it's an amusing little side benefit. Oh, there's a lot of it. Okay. We have a shaft and gear. A stone there just as a scaffold piece, so I can shaft and shaft again, then gear, thereby connecting these two. And we're out of copper shaft. It was expected. And we are not making up for the copper expenditure. Not even close. But it's fine. That was never the plan. Oh, I just heard the sugarcane collection system fire. Better go look at that. We have some. And we have some that chose not to go in the hopper. In fact, less went into the hopper than did go into the hopper. I think the answer to that is, at least in part, to move the hopper. Get this twirling shaft extended where it needs to go, and I've blocked myself in. I prefer not to trample my melons again. Perfect. Now we have one gear which spins happily, and a second gear which will spin very angrily the moment I connect it. Oh, okay. That maintained more speed than I expected. I thought the spin speed would tank as soon as I made that connection. No. It's pretty solid, doing its thing. Block all this up, nothing unusual ever happened, and I now have permanent water pump downstairs. hope the heat has reached fat melting levels after all that. Alright, the water is going. This is barely cold enough. How are you? You're still at 110. That's not correct. Why are you not higher? Time to bring out the diagnostics. Because that should be able to reach higher temperatures. It's 110 and stable. This is 113 and stable. This is stable. It's not doing anything, but it's stable. It must be because the formulation vats are consuming heat, even without doing anything. Because the main system won't go up. Down here we have 111. Well, I guess with all the heat drains we have, I've reached the heat cap on the system. Alright, well, 110 is... it's not ideal. Not even close. I can cut this cable. It's not doing anything. And this cable. Wait. I don't need to cut it anymore. This formulation vat, which was doing nothing, was a needless heat drain. Now we're climbing. That's the secret, I guess. Eliminate dead weight. Now we're above 140, which is where I want to be. Stable at 154. Perfect. Take all of this. And it just gets instantly liquefied at varying efficiencies. I need more cooked food. Carrots. Can carrots be liquefied? Doesn't look like it. Then again, there's no recipe, so why not? Pumpkin. With the power of sugar and eggs makes pumpkin pie. I need to make an egg farm. We have a surprising need for eggs, and I still haven't made anything resembling an egg farm. Probably because it involves more hoppers. Yeah, the iron and eggs are eternal. There's also the copper hopper. Which is just like a regular hopper, except it also isn't. And this will have to go into some kind of chicken farm thing. Which basically means another birch drawer. And I'll need to build and charm some chickens. Or just throw some existing eggs into it. Looks like this is fired again. So it's running. Chicken farm. Just has to go somewhere I don't have to listen to it. And we're not doing any fancy chicken cooker shenanigans here. I just need a bunch of chickens that lay eggs. That is 0 chickens so far. Fantastic progress. None whatsoever. And we have a wild Enderman wandering away with a dirt block he stole from somewhere. Paper supplies are booming. And my ovens are still all downstairs, so they can have some carrots. Just keep filling that liquid fat tank. I'll need it. I don't know when. Don't need the diagnostic tools anymore. Eggs. Give me chickens. Wasn't there something I could do to eggs to guarantee a chicken? No. I'm thinking of another mod. I'm thinking of Thumbcraft, actually. Thumbcraft, for one of its add-ons, had a magical or alchemical process you could perform on an egg, which would turn it into an incubated egg, and throwing it would always turn into a chicken. Not a huge deal, but sometimes you just want chickens. The steak is also going downstairs into the melter, and then we can take our little journey. There you go. That dipped down into the inefficiency range very quickly. Let's grab our paper and go for a ride. I have some commerce to engage in. He's not the fastest. I've definitely had some faster horses. But he gets the job done. And he was free. I should also probably give old Boris a name tag so I don't forget what we call him. Now, where is that cartographer? They do tend to move around. Is it you? It is. Excuse me. Take some paper. That apparently is all we can do for now. Needs more paper. This is a butcher buying raw meats, toolsmith buying coal, and this fool. I have a thought. and I don't like it. I'm wondering if the reason the incubator failed is because the nutrient vat, because all the eggs that failed were nutrition vat incubator clones of the original embryo. Wait, that's not true either. One of the ones that succeeded, right after I closed the world and brought it up again, was a nutrition vat clone. So I still have no idea how to make the incubator work consistently. Don't know why it's broken. Nothing I can do about it. Oh, this is dark? There is mob spawning levels of dark in my house. That is not allowed. Alright, well, I have some emeralds now. I still need to farm paper so I can sell them. And also farm pork chops so I can sell them. I'm going to do something very stupid and attempt to make an infinite pig, even though the whole cloning thing keeps failing. I don't have a pig. I feel like that's something I should have known. I could also, in theory, do it to a creeper and get infinite gunpowder. That'd be interesting. Instead of a brainless creeper that doesn't know how to explode permanently in my base. Sounds like a great idea, doesn't it? Having an infinite witch might be a good idea. Free redstone, glowstone, bottles, all kinds of stuff. Sticks too, technically. No wonder I don't have any pigs in my own little pen. There aren't any. Did not see that one. I'll take... Oh, whoa. How long has this been here? And how do I get out? You guys hide the mystery crevice. I want nothing more to do with it. You're a horse. You don't help. Although, technically I could clone a horse with a speed potion built into it permanently. It'd be a living horse, though, not a submarine. I think I could also clone another skeleton horse, and again, have a speed potion built in. Could be interesting to try. Aha. Pig. Doink. We have doinked the pig. Mission accomplished. Now the worst thing that could happen is I lose the blood sample and the meager materials and get nothing out of it. Which would be a little effort and a tiny bit of material. So not really a big deal. Oh. Well, that shouldn't be there. We still have heat in the system? We do. Render that steak. This isn't spinning because the Wheezewort still hasn't grown to its second stage. I think the pig can't deal with as much deterioration as this would take if it wasn't at full speed. I could try connecting this again. I don't think it would like it. There we go. Heat reservoir to absolute zero. Stirling engine engaged. We are spinning. Pig with deterioration 3. Well, it will still have hearts at the end of this. It'll be a very flimsy pig. But that's good. Makes it easier to take out. Daylight. Daylight. Hi. What are you doing other than causing trouble? Blood sample. Immortality. Potion of stupid. Which the pig doesn't really need, but we'll let it have anyway. And now we throw the It's Alive lever. Final step, bring it to the incubator with an egg. Hopefully there's an egg in here. There is. Get lost, sheep. Why must you always crowd the exit? And we will see if this single pig can turn into a thing. I'm going to go with probably no. Also, need more of these. So that's more soul sand or just some potions to create the soul messed up effect. This will reach target temperature eventually. Either I'll get a spawn egg, or the embryo will just disappear. Doesn't matter. Our industrial furnace spinning away. We throw some more eggs into the supposed egg generator way back here. Nope. Still the 2 chickens, and I bet they'll both die. Because they'll grow up and then suddenly be too big and they'll be embedded in the blocks and suffocate. Or something like that. I could do the animal breeding ritual again. Get some more stuff that way. So I need splash potions of soul transients to keep my soul nonsense going. That's it. Awkward potion, soul cluster, gunpowder. Make it happen. How we do? Temperature still slowly climbing. The copper just keeps coming. The sugarcane also does, kind of, but slowly, and it's not that great. It definitely needs a vacuum hopper. Yeah, this thing. I vendor hopper 3 obsidian. And the area needs to shift west. Two more. There. Now when the observers break the sugarcane, it'll pop into the hopper, and then get popped into the drawer, and you'll lose none. I found soul sand. Not that great. Soul soil, also not that great. So I need some of these. And how does soul transients work again? Souls and soul clusters, potions of soul transience. Cause mobs to drop it. Villagers, illagers, and ghosts, so Vex, Phantom, Allay drop 4. Living mobs drop 2, undead drop 1. So I need to farm up living mobs, splash them with this, and then execute them. Farming up living mobs will probably involve breeding rituals. I know, there, that one. Glowstone bone, carrot, wheat, seeds, cob. That's why I have a fishing rod. Because I don't have the cod, nor an easy way to get tons of cod. There's also all these spells, which I'm still missing the flowers from most of them. I could make a lightning spell. I don't know what good it would do, but I could do it. Nature's Cure. I have all this stuff, I think. Acceleration is Endstone. Pushing Wind. Solar Beam. Growing near my plant life. And has a chance to bone meal. Needs lilac. I don't think I have lilac. So, still, the spells aren't very useful. But I apparently need to go back fishing again. Before we do that, let's check on our incubator down here and see if it's destroyed the egg again. Yep, it's gone. And it's not going to some invisible inventory down here. It's just getting annihilated. Why? How? I have no idea. Oh geez, that didn't last long, did it? Wheeze warts usually last longer than that. I need a second icebox. That's what I need. Oops. And I needed, past tense, that circuit block. Still do. It's just gone now. Same properties as a sorting hopper. Doesn't allow items to be drawing if this hopper can output them. Okay, that's fine. Icebox. 1 copper. 1 lapis. Get my ice cables at the ready. Why do I have 4 gold still? Because it was left over from making the gold hopper. Alright, 1 icebox. 2 icebox. The second hopper. And this icebox number 2, continuing to gold, electric boogaloo, connects to our existing cold system. And doesn't bring the temperature down all that much. I guess it's something. Really irritated that the whole cloning thing just doesn't work unless I reset the world after every clone. Why is that? How could it be that broken? So now we have double icebox, infinite cold. Doesn't go nearly as cold as I'd like it to. But there's nothing I can do about that. We have infinite water from the pump pulling off of our windmill all the way up back upstairs. This doesn't need fuel anymore because I have no more food to melt in it. I should probably reattach these cables, because otherwise I'll forget that I'm carrying. That is definitely causing heat issues. Oh well. Not much to be done about it. Growth powder makes dirt. Mutating power requires another star, makes new flowers. I don't have another star. Breeding ritual. Carrot, wheat, seeds, cod. Glowstone and bone. And we're fishing. Again. It's alright though. River life. I really wouldn't mind some way to auto-fish. I've already mentioned that last time we needed cod for this ritual. But I don't think I can add a way to automatically fish without really messing with the mod dynamics. The only ways I know of are like in the Pam's Harvest Craft family, where there's a fishing trap that you have to bait. Or thermal expansion with, I think it has to be with Mind Factory Reloaded. And that's a whole electric system. I have no electricity here. We have every other power system in the world, but no forge energy. I mean, technically I could have forge energy. There are some ways to generate it with Crossroads, but I don't think any of them are stable enough or simple enough to run a fishing machine. And it wouldn't matter, because if I installed thermal and MFR to get to the fishing machine, then I have access to thermal generators, and that's what I'd use instead. Which would completely ruin the point of this playthrough, which is to rely pretty much entirely on Crossroads. That's 3 cod, 1 more. It was Neil before Cod, son of Jarrell. We have egg. Egg production is egging. We have 4 eggs from all 2 chickens in there. Alright, keep working, boys. Carrot, wheat, seed, cod. Glowstone, bone. Light the braziers, trigger the altar. Send the animals into a frenzy. How do I only just now have that achievement? This is not the first time I've triggered this ritual. Also, these chickens are in range of the ritual. And now, we do it again. This is called Johan does this in every mod pack and refuses to learn his lesson. They are on cooldown. It does matter. Or does it? Yeah, they're on cooldown. So I just wasted that entire set of ingredients. But hey, egg. Egg! Oh, and an old root. Okay, we'll take that. We take those. Is there enough power left in this beam to lightning? I don't know. I don't think so, and I don't care. Give me redstone. And this doesn't go in there. Crystal redstone. It's kinda weird. But who can argue with free redstone? Also got all these fish, most of which are pointless. Unless you like Depth Strider on your outmoded Tinker's armor. I can't even cook tropical fish. It's just useless. Get in the fire. Get in that fire. Redstone could use some increase in the supply. Glowstone looking okay. I also found some prismarine, didn't I? Prismarine also creates a beam. I think I can make more prismarine with the prisma beam. Like it just works that way. And we are off breeding cooldown here. Yep, I'm going to put Prisma Beam. I'm going to put Prismarine in my beam extractor and get a Prisma Beam. And then turn that into Beamarine. Yeah, don't set myself on fire. Breed the creatures. Prismarine, Prisma Beam. Oh, that is potent. And it's still going. Unfortunately, it doesn't do anything. So I was incorrect. I cannot make Prismarine out of a Prisma Beam. Unless it needs to be higher power. Whoa! No. You will not destroy all my hard work. Let's give it double power and see what happens. Still nothing. I thought I could make more Prismarine that way. Hello. Goodbye. I think once more, and then we'll start culling. But that means waiting for them to be done on cooldown again. I suppose that's okay, actually. It works in my favor for my safety, as it prevents me from completely overloading the world with animals and having the cows are a gas problem again. Because witchery, and to a lesser extent biomancy, allow you to put animals into a breeding state with no cooldown. There are reasons this is a bad idea. If not properly controlled. Ooh, this burns fast. That was 5 buckets, now it's down to about 3. We did melt a whole mess of copper in here. But I kind of expected the fuel to last longer. One minute to go on cooldown. Yeah, you want to cause problems? I will land one of these swings. An art show, eh? Somebody still said breeding cooldown. Oh, or was it growing time? There are timers. They're all growing timers. Give me those eggs. Carrot, wheat cod, glowstone, bone, burn the braziers, activate the altar. Move. Let me in here so I can get the eggs. Alright. Now we have too many animals. Begin solving the problem. Knock out only adults with soul transients. And I think that's good. We got... Wait, I can't combine these like that? I thought I could. Apparently not. So I did that for nothing because it doesn't accomplish what I want it to. But I can get these from breaking down soul clusters. I guess what I have to do is brew them for 50 soul essence, and then recombine to 200 of them. So that's still 4. And I have a vat I could do that in already. So yeah, I can combine these. It's just less convenient than I was expecting. Oh. And this has to stop showing its collectible area. Cane Farm doing its job. I'll just drop way down here. Do we still have heat in the system? Of course not. But the formulation vat technically does not need heat. Technically. It runs faster if it has heat, but it doesn't strictly need heat. I would also love for this system to just run on its own, always, but it's at the whim of the Wheezeworts. Ice stocks still going up, as will continue to happen probably forever. Samples are sufficiently super cold, but their spoilage counter is still going down because they're only cold enough while a Wheezewort is active. Which is very much no bueno. But what you gonna do? My Enderman samples are going to die, and there's pretty much nothing I can do about it. Because the incubator apparently works once per world load. And I really have no idea why. At least now I know it wasn't the hopper that I tried putting on there. But I think this is where we'll have to leave our only occasionally interesting nonsense for now. Wait, doesn't this tablet go? Where's this tablet go? Here. I still need to farm paper, do a commerce with the villager over west, get him to eventually sell me an ocean map so I can get a sponge so I can void distilled water and use that to create infinite salt. And I've already forgotten what I need the salt for. Some of it goes into the vat downstairs. And I think the other part of it was for alchemy. Need salt for alchemical reasons. And really, I should have had a way to make infinite salt sooner. There are only two ways to make salt, and that is as a side effect from a steam boiler, and you can't hopper that salt out. It specifically says no. And the other way is the mixer centrifuge, the water centrifuge that has to have its spin direction reverse every time it completes an operation. So that's just a pain to power. Anytime you hook it up to an existing power system, if you don't have tons of torque going in, it'll just drain all the speed. So I could not run a water centrifuge off of this windmill. It would not work. Not for long, anyway. I'd lose all my speed. I might be able to do it off of the steam system. But the steam system, as we've learned from down here, a steam system doesn't power itself very well. A steam turbine can get up to some crazy speeds, but it's not really going to get there if it's feeding itself. Or maybe it's just because the steam boilers run off of the solar panel. And so the steam boiler doesn't have a lot of heat. Basically, I don't know where I'm going to get the unlimited rotary power from to run the water centrifuge. Unless I build a second windmill. Because rotary power is a pain. Basically, there's the steam turbine, the Stirling engine, and the wind turbine. And that's about it for rotary power input. The Stirling engine is a heat system that requires tons of and consumes it very rapidly. The steam turbine runs on steam, which is also a heat system, but not quite as aggressive of one. And the wind turbine is just what we have outside. So I do think the best option would be a second wind turbine. Just basically have a wind/water mill. All it does is make salt. Another thought, silly as it may be, is there was a beam. An energy beam increases the speed of a spinning system just because. An energy beam is red. And apparently starts fires. We don't want it to do that. What kind of beam fuels do I have that are pure red? Are there any beam fuels that are pure energy? It's pure potential. Gunpowder. Also, moonshine. Okay, moonshine vodka, energy 24, lasts for 50 cycles. Yeah, that burns very well, but I don't know how to make it. It's a Bobo thing. Maybe that's what he was talking about. Somewhere in here. The Kaboom bottle. The Bang bottle. Yellow dust, fresh bacon, and butty for shoppage. Well, yellow dust. I suspect is sulfur. Which I could get from gunpowder in my water thing. Unless there's another yellow dust. And there is. Asiatic salt is also yellow. You apparently get that from electrolyzing water. At least without a philosopher's stone. Philosopher's stone. Gold, sulfur, quicksilver, alchemical salt. 1 part each. With aqua regia present in an electrical container. And if you don't get it exact, it explodes. So, Philosopher's Stone still needs the aqua regia that we are already going after. And are kind of getting stopped. So I don't know. This also could be yellow dust. Who knows what the heck Bobo is talking about? I may have to look that up. Bang bottle. That some of these Bobo puzzles will be tomorrow things. That will do it for the day. I don't really have any statements of intent to leave for myself for tomorrow. I just have to remember the paper is coming, the commerce is coming. And hopefully that cartographer will eventually sell us what we need. There's our sulfur. Oh, sulfur is also a pure energy beam. So I could use that to add spin. It also makes nutrient solution instead of salt. Okay. Gunpowder farming seems like more and more of a good idea. All the same, it is time for me to close things down. So we will see what happens, and if I make any real progress, next time. Until then.